do. Ready to roll. you might try to say, let's just see if we can get this guy to 3 innings. Maybe we're not going to try to stretch him to 6. Let's see if we can get him to 3. Then he can give us a spot start, piggyback, that kind of thing.
You talked about a number of pitchers who can add into the mix as the season goes on. The problem last year was they started 12 and 24, so how do they avoid doing that if they don't have quite that depth at the beginning of the season?
Well, I think that it's a really good question because I'm not sure how relief pitching is going to be a really interesting and complicated situation. I mean, they have Abreu, they have Hader, they're fine at the back end of that bullpen. We're going to see what they get from Whitley. They've got Caleb Ward, who pitched really well last season. They've got Taylor Scott, who was injured but really had a breakout season last year. It's just going to be interesting to see how they're able to divvy up time in the bullpen because, they're not going to want to throw their starters 8-9 innings at the beginning of the season, maybe ever, as baseball is now. So you're going to have to start thinking about, okay, who are the guys that are going to come in and give us innings without us burning out Abreu and Hader early in the season?
This season could hinge on innings 5 through 7 in April.
Yes, it could.
Jeff Balke co-hosts the Believe in Astros podcast. He also writes for the Houston Press. Jeff, thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig.
And that'll do it for today's show. The Houston Matters team includes Michael Haggerty, Joshua Zinn, Brenda Valdivia, Mincho Jacob, and Laura Walker. Jared Carroll's our technical director. On tomorrow's show, HHS Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. is considering changes to the FDA's rules on food additives. Many state legislatures are following suit, including Texas. We'll discuss food additives and nutrition. Also, Joshua Zinn chats with prolific voice actor Troy Baker, who took part in last weekend's Animeverse Fest at NRG. I'm Craig Cohen. Join us tomorrow for those and other Houston Matters.
Support for Houston Public Media comes from Baylor College of Medicine. At the heart of the Texas Medical Center, Baylor physicians and scientists continue to shape healthcare for Houston and beyond through education, research, and innovation.
We get support from Texas Mutual Insurance Company, workers' comp carrier dedicated to handling claims proactively to help engine employees get back on the job and policyholders get back to business. More at texasmutual.com/claims.
Support comes from Central Market, celebrating Black History Month with products from Black makers and owners, including pantry staples, energy drinks, wines, pasture-raised chicken, and more. More at centralmarket.com.
Checking out the weather, sponsored by Stewart PC, attorneysforexecutives.com. Nice day today for President's Day. High near 60 with some sunshine. Tonight's low around 52. Rain tomorrow. We're going to see high in the upper 60s with a low around 40. And then we're going to have maybe a freeze Wednesday and Thursday, maybe Friday, depending on where you are, more to the north and west, maybe hovering just above or below freezing. And then we may see low 20s on Thursday morning up in the Huntsville area. So keep it here for the latest. We will let you know. Earlier accident, they just cleared it about 2 or 3 minutes ago. North Freeway 45 headed in at the North Loop. There were in a couple of left lanes. That's gone. All that's trying to move in now. HoustonPublicMedia.org. That's the website. Check that out. Also, sign up for the morning newsletter, Hello Houston. Make sure you download our app as well. Take us everywhere. It's KUHF Houston News 88.7, a service of the University of Houston. Have a great day. We'll do it again tomorrow morning. It's 10:01.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. The Trump administration is asking the Supreme Court to weigh in on its bid to fire the head of the federal government's office for whistleblowers. NPR's Carrie Johnson reports the case sets up a test of the president's executive power.
President Trump moved to fire the head of the Office of Special Counsel Hampton Dellinger earlier this month, but a federal judge blocked the move, at least for now. In the court filing, the Trump administration calls the case an unprecedented assault on the separation of powers. The Trump administration claims the president has the power to remove government officers, and the delay hurts his ability to manage the executive branch. Federal law says the special counsel may be removed by the president only for inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance. None of those concerns were cited in an email dismissing Dellinger. Carrie Johnson, NPR News, Washington.
The union representing some workers at the Federal Aviation Administration says hundreds of FAA workers are getting fired. The union chief says the Trump administration started sending termination letters to probationary employees Friday night. There are strong concerns the FAA is already short on workers who handle safety, especially air traffic controllers. This comes after last month's deadly air crash in Washington that killed 67 people. High-level U.S. and Russian delegations will gather in Saudi Arabia this week. Their talks are expected to focus on restoring U.S.-Russian relations and finding an end to the war in Ukraine. NPR's Charles Maines reports.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio will lead the U.S. delegation, with White House envoy Steve Witkoff and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz also joining. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov heads the Russian mission, with the Kremlin saying talks will focus on making peace, not war. Yet speaking in Moscow, Lavrov rejected in advance the notion of returning any land annexed by Russia to Ukraine. His comments may be the latest sign that U.S. negotiators are boxed in before the talks even begin. Following a phone call between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin last week, Trump appeared to argue a lasting peace required Ukraine ending its NATO ambitions and relinquishing territory to Moscow, two key Russian demands. Charles Maines, NPR News.
Potent storms slammed the south over the weekend, killing at least a dozen people. One person died in Georgia. At least 11 more have been killed in Kentucky following flash flooding, damaging winds, and intense thunderstorms. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says some areas got up to 6 inches of rain.
All of Kentucky still has standing water in different areas. Over 300 roads still impacted and closed.
The governor says 5 counties in Kentucky have set records for daily rainfall. The National Weather Service has issued extreme cold warnings for the Central Plains this morning. Temperatures feel well below zero from the Canadian border to parts of Oklahoma. You're listening to NPR.
Live from News 88.7 in Houston, I'm Tom Perumian. We're expecting freezing temperatures possibly later this week here in Houston. The National Weather Service has temperatures dropping into the low 30s by Wednesday night. Most likely we'll have limited, if any, impacts on the roads. As of right now, there's an 80% chance of rain tomorrow, nothing today. There's also no precipitation in the forecast at the end of this week, so when those temperatures actually do drop below freezing, we should just experience the cold air. Stay with us for the latest forecasts right here on News 88.7. Investigators looking into why a small plane crashed near Pearland late last night. Pearland police say this occurred around 10:45 in the evening just off County Road 127. KHOU-TV reports that authorities found the aircraft upside down in a wooded area. It was just a little ways away from Pearland Regional Airport. The pilot was the only person on board, and they did not get hurt, fortunately. The FAA is leading the investigation into what happened. A major master-planned community in Fort Bend County is on track to complete its first homes this year. The Austin Point neighborhood will complete more than 400 homes in its first phase of construction. Todd Hamilton is the director of land development for Austin Point.
The big vision of this place is even larger and multifaceted to include everything you can think of. So all the residential, office, commercial, retail uses you can think of.
Phase 1 of construction will also include a social center with a cafe, wine bar, and concert lawn. When completed, Austin Point is expected to house roughly 50,000 residents. In sports, the Rockets and Astros have the week before returning to action. Rockets return on Friday. Saturday, spring training kicks off for those Astros. In weather, mostly sunny today with a high of 62. Tonight, cloudy, low of 44. Right now, it's partly cloudy and 46 degrees on the UH campus. I'm Tom Perumian, News 88.7.
Support for NPR comes from USPS. USPS Ground Advantage Service keeps customers in the know when their shipment leaves the dock, when it's on the move, and when it's delivered. Learn more at USPS.com/in-the-know. This is NPR.
No matter where you are, it's Texas Standard Time on the 17th day of February 2025. I'm David Brown. Great to have you with us. Driving around the Texas capital city over the weekend, I noticed some odd lighter colored stripes running up and down the lanes of the major highways. I'm told that's residue of a liquid mixture road crews have been putting down in preparation for the possibility of a winter blast this week. While the chances of precipitation are scattered and relatively low across Texas, the likelihood of things getting very, very cold is rather high. A bit of, well, warming today and tomorrow, then a big plunge in the thermometers by Tuesday night into Wednesday morning with dangerous wind chill conditions possible for the northern two-thirds of the state and the frozen glaze on roads in some places. Keep it on this station for more on local forecasts and conditions. As it's Monday and all, we'd like to begin the program with what's happening at the Texas legislature. And in case you missed it, a marquee bill passed in the Senate late last week that would lower property taxes by increasing the homestead exemption to $140,000, up from the current $100,000. As the Texas Tribune puts it, voters would have the final say on whether to give themselves a tax cut. And you can guess how that vote might turn out. But before voters ever get that chance, the bill needs the approval of the Texas House. As Blaze Gainey of the Texas Newsroom joins us for his weekly look at what's happening in the ledge this week, he's turning his spotlight on the lower chamber. Blaze, welcome back.
Hey, how's it going?
Going all right. Pulling out the big jacket here for this wintry weather. It took a while, but the House committee slots have been filled, clearing the way for the consideration of some of the governor's priorities, property tax among them, of course. Let's talk about those committee assignments first. Specific attention to the chair of the Education Committee, since that lawmaker will be responsible for shepherding the school choice bill through the House. Who's in that role?
Yeah, it's Texas Representative Brad Buckley of Salado. He was the chair last time around in 2023, and this shows that even though we have a new speaker, things are likely going to stay pretty much the same.
The governor's not going to like hearing that, Blaze. I don't know if you realize that, but he is not going to like hearing that things are going to be staying the same. Does that mean that the House may not pass this school choice, school vouchers bill?
Well, no, I don't mean the same in that way, but I do think, as far as people thought a lot of change would happen with who would be the chairs of these committees. Most of them stayed either the same or changed a little bit, but ultimately Republican members are the chairs of every committee. Now, the subcommittees, some of those have Democrat chairs because the rules did not apply. It was only Democrat chairs could only be vice chairs of committees, full committees. So they were able to chair subcommittees. That was a surprise to some. But I think the governor will actually be excited because Texas Representative Brad Buckley is behind the school choice bill. He tried to push it through last time around. This time around, with more numbers in their favor, I think it'll get through.
I see. All right. Would you have any idea when that might come up on the committee's agenda?
It's not on schedule yet, but that doesn't mean we won't hear it later this week. Obviously, today they're off for President's Day, so it won't happen today. They could meet tomorrow during the floor session and schedule for the Education Committee to take up a bill this week. I don't think one has been filed yet, but that doesn't mean they can't file it, as soon as early in the morning and get going this week.
I see. Well, what else is happening at the House this week? Do they have any specific agenda items scheduled from what you can tell?
Yeah, they'll be meeting just like the Senate did in their first weeks of committees. They'll be meeting with appropriations, and there'll be different state government agencies coming to tell people exactly, tell lawmakers exactly how much money they want and the things that they need it for.
I guess that's first things first, right? It was my understanding that the first thing that the legislature has to take up and get passed is the budget. Am I wrong about that?
Well, that's not they have to take it up. It's not the first thing that they necessarily have to pass, but they do need to, get started on that because that's the only thing that they have to pass through the actual session. The state has to have a budget that they're operating off of, but another obviously thing that they need to focus on is the emergency items from the governor. Now, these aren't a requirement that they pass them, but it showed good faith if they at least make some action on those before the 60-day limit is up where they can actually pass other bills that aren't part of these emergency items.
Yeah. There's a rule in Texas that says that you can't consider any legislation, can't take any votes on legislation until that 60-day period is up, unless it's one of the governor's priorities. What do you expect to see up first? I guess this school vouchers or school choice plan, as the governor calls it, that's got to be high on the agenda.
I think they want to get that moving. Representative Dustin Burrows has already said that he's behind it. It's in their budget. The $1 billion for the school choice plan. My thought is that they'll want to pass that first to not be too far behind the Senate, and then maybe move on to other things like property taxes, sort of following in line of what the Senate has laid out so far.
Well, as listeners know, we've been checking in with Blaze Gainey at the start of each week to find out what the legislature is up to for the week ahead. He covers the State House for the Texas Newsroom, and we're going to have a link to more of his reporting and what's happening at the Ledge over at texasstandard.org. Blaze, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Some 369,000 people, mostly Latinos, live in the over 1,800 colonias that exist across Texas. Colonias are informal communities often located in rural areas along the southern border, known for substandard housing and a lack of basic services many of us take for granted. Infrastructure has long been a concern, especially access to clean drinking water. Well, a recently concluded 2-year study examined just how bad things were when it came to water and what can be done to improve it. Garrett Sansom was one of those researchers. He's an assistant professor at the Texas A&M University School of Public Health. Professor Sansom, welcome to the Texas Standard.
Hey, thank you. It's wonderful to be here.
Good to have you. So what did you and your partners at Methodist Healthcare Ministries set out to do here?
Well, we've been working in South Texas and Hidalgo specifically for many years and maintaining 3 community advisory boards so that we can get the pulse of the challenges that are actually happening in South Texas. And the first thing that came up when we were talking about environmental health challenges was water security and water quality issues. So we partnered with Methodist Healthcare Ministries of South Texas to be able to better understand the health conditions as well as the specific water quality and even the biomarker data within 2 select colonias.
Okay, give us a snapshot of what those conditions are like. If you go into a house in a colonia, typically speaking, what are you going to find? What are you not going to find?
That's a great question, but it's kind of hard to answer because unfortunately there are no typical colonias anymore. Some of them have been very well retrofitted and fixed up, and you wouldn't even know it'd be any different for any other community, and other ones face serious infrastructure challenges. So think about things from normal city services that we all enjoy, like lighting, school bus pickup, paved roads, plumbing systems, septic systems. Those types of services are not in all of the colonias. It's also important to note the word colonia just means neighborhood in Spanish. So they vary quite a bit. Many of them don't have any running water at all and have to rely on wells or actually purchasing water from other services. It's been a real challenge to be able to understand the exact locations in which some of the areas are still not receiving the type of services that we would expect all Texans to have.
After 2 years of studying, some top-line findings here.
Well, one thing we did find is we see a large increase, about a 3-fold increase in a lot of different chronic conditions, including things like diabetes and hypertension. And the water conditions themselves, we did find uranium and arsenic in 100% of the water samples, and about 7% had lead findings.
100%? Is that right? Uranium and arsenic?
That's correct. Now, it's important to note a few things about that. Certainly, the concentrations do make a large difference. The things that we found were all above the maximum contaminant level goals set by the EPA, but below the TCEQ's action levels. Now, it's also important to note that there are no safe arsenic levels. There are no safe lead levels. And this is particularly true with children or vulnerable populations. So think folks who are pregnant. Unfortunately, these types of exposures, particularly in early childhood, are the type that can impact you the rest of your life, even if you move into a situation where you no longer have those exposures. Arsenic and lead, unfortunately, can last your whole life.
That's staggering. Now that you have this data, what do you do with it? What happens next?
Well, there's a few things that we've done and we're doing moving forward. I will say it was promising to hear Governor Abbott talk about a need for better water infrastructure throughout the state at his State of the State address earlier this year. But one thing we've already done is we worked with Methodist Healthcare Ministries of South Texas, Texas A&M Health as a whole, and we threw a 2-day policy workshop in San Antonio. We invited people like the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, some state legislators. We invited different organizations and communities to be a part of this, to begin to put together a actual guide for future water infrastructure goals. The idea with here is to crowdsource and work with a lot of different organizations and folks to be able to come to real plausible policy prescriptions that can actually move the needle on improving environmental health.
Garrett Sensum is an assistant professor at the Texas A&M University School of Public Health. We've been talking about a 2-year study conducted by A&M and Methodist Healthcare Ministries looking at water infrastructure in Texas's colonias. And we're going to have a link to more information, texasstandard.org. Professor, thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Great to be here.
And now Wells Dunbar is here. He is our social media editor, and he joins us about this time every weekday to tell us what he's finding on social media online. Wells, what do you see?
Howdy, David. Another day, another round of controversial and arguably extra-legal government layoffs and firings from Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency. This time, the feds are trying to walk the Doge cuts back after the group ransacked the group that oversees the nation's stockpile of nuclear weapons. The Associated Press reports that up to 350 employees of the National Nuclear Security Administration, or NNSA, were abruptly laid off Thursday, and particularly hard hit the Pantex plant near Amarillo, Texas, which saw about 30% of those cuts. Many of the employees asked back, but lots more to talk about on that front, David. I'll be back with more later in the show.
Let us hear from you. In the meantime, look for Texas Standard on your social media platform of choice. You know those unprecedented immigration raids at businesses we've been hearing about? Maybe not so unprecedented. But one in Texas almost 20 years ago could tell us about the impact of those happening now as the Texas Standard continues.
Support for Texas Standard comes from the Texas Department of Agriculture, showcasing wild-caught Texas shrimp, sustainably and ethically sourced from Texas's own backyard. Texas Gulf shrimp varieties and recipes at wildcaughttxshrimp.com.
You're listening to News 88.7.
Vintage media is having a moment, and shops that sell the same are having a moment too.
I love, meeting people and talking, typewriters. But I need to fix some of these machines before I go.
I'm Kai Rizdal. A trip to a typewriter shop next time on Marketplace.
You can listen to Marketplace. It's coming up tonight, 6:30 p.m.
Support comes from attorney mediator Ron Bankston, providing in-person, video conference, and hybrid mediation and arbitration services. More information is available at ronbankston.com. Support comes from St. Luke's United Methodist, presenting the London-based vocal ensemble Voces 8 in 2 concerts, February 21st and 23rd. More at stlukesmethodist.org/VOCES8.
Business and your money on the Standard. I'm David Brown. Well, earlier this month, the Dallas Federal Reserve put out an employment forecast, and the prediction is Lone Star State's going to add 225,000 jobs this year. Texas Standard's own Sean Saldana has more.
Last year, Texas added around 250,000 jobs to the economy, representing a 1.7% expansion of the labor force. That type of modest growth is good for economic development, but it's also what the Dallas Fed calls, quote, below trend. And that's because every year since 2021, the Lone Star State's economy has slowed its job growth. And in spite of that, last year, several small metros stood out. Beaumont, College Station, Abilene, and Amarillo are just a handful of cities that grew their labor forces at a faster rate than the state as a whole. The 3 sectors that expanded the most were energy, financial services, and construction. And in case you already forgot everything you just heard, here is the top line. This year, the Dallas Federal Reserve is expecting about the same economic growth as last year. I'm Sean Saldana for the Texas Standard.
And you are listening to the Texas Standard. Texas is a small town an hour north of Amarillo on the plains of the Panhandle. 2 weeks before Christmas in 2006, roughly 10% of the residents of Cactus disappeared. In December 2006, immigration enforcement officers conducted a workplace raid at the Swift & Company slaughterhouse on the northwestern edge of the city. ICE arrested 297 workers in Cactus as part of a larger raid of Swift facilities across the country that is still collectively considered one of the largest ICE raids of all time. With increased workplace raids promised by President Trump, Jack Herrera of Texas Monthly looked into what happened after the raid in Cactus all those years ago. Jack joins us now. Welcome to Texas Standard.
Good to be here. Thank you.
Before we get into the aftermath, what did you learn about the morning of that raid? What happened when ICE agents showed up at the slaughterhouse?
Yeah, well, the slaughterhouse is this huge windowless facility, so the workers inside didn't see any of the, dozens of buses arriving or armed agents swinging into town. And so at one point the chain shut down and people were told to head to the cafeteria. And when ICE agents were spotted, what followed was pandemonium. People were running. I heard stories from people who were in the locker room and they were pushing up the ceiling tiles to go hide in the crawl space. Other people were hiding in the machinery. There were reports of people climbing into the carcasses of cows, the bodies waiting to be cut up. And by the end of the day, almost 300 people had been arrested, zip-tied, taken away. And that left, a large number of children in the town of Cactus suddenly parentless. And so there was a huge push by the local Catholic Church and the school system to try and find homes for these suddenly parentless children.
I want to talk about the immediate aftermath of that raid. You mentioned that there was this push because of, the families that were broken up. What about the town's economy? What happened to Cactus?
So Cactus is one of those towns, a town about 3,000. You have 300 people suddenly deported, so it's about 10% of the town. And the major employer, the only real major employer in town is the slaughterhouse. So suddenly they've lost half their workforce. And so the town's economy in this moment is teetering on the brink. Like the town, if the plant doesn't get back up, the town won't exist anymore. And so, they call in every single hand they can. Every supervisor is putting on the gloves and working the line. And so then Swift starts a nationwide hiring push, and to facilitate that, to try and work it quickly, they raise wages pretty considerably, about 8%. And mind you, wages were already pretty high. Like people were being paid well above minimum wage, even if they're undocumented. But they raised wages even higher with the idea, we need to get workers, we need to get them now. And over the first few months, no one shows up. Like the Texans, locals, they've hit an asymptote. They're not getting new Texans. They're not getting more Americans to show up to work this plant. Besides, a sort of token amount, not nearly enough to get the plant restarted.
Well, why is that? I mean, I think a lot of people, you've heard the arguments that immigrant labor is taking away jobs from American citizens, and yet, as you described here, it wasn't like people were lining up for these jobs. Why not?
Yeah, David, I think this is one of the real important questions for us to answer, because, you hear people who are restrictionist, one less immigrants say, well, these jobs, immigrants basically are taking jobs that if they weren't working them, Americans could work them, and with greater competition, those jobs would pay better. So deportation leads to higher wages for Americans. And then people who are in favor of immigration say, well, no, immigrants are doing jobs that Americans don't want to do. And that's really hard to sort of prove that question. And that's why that's why these raids in Cactus are so interesting, because here you have a perfect experiment. You have half of the factory's workers gone. They need to hire new people. They have raised wages. It's one of the best paying jobs in this part of the Panhandle. The only, there's an oil refinery that pays better, but if you're working manual labor, this is the place to work. It pays, 3 times as much as if you're going to make at McDonald's, as you're going to make working agriculture. And yet Americans aren't showing up to work at this plant. And that seems consistent in history. Like the meatpacking industry, when you think about it in the 1800s, it was Germans and Poles working in those slaughterhouses. Recent immigrants. And so this is one of the best jobs. If you don't speak English, if you don't have other options, it's a great job because it pays very well. There's good job security. They always need workers. But if you do have other options, if you speak English, if you have a sort of foothold in this country, I think I'll speak for myself, but like sawing a cow in half or slitting its throat to drain its blood or pulling the skin off a still warm corpse, there's a lot of jobs that I'd like to do before I do that one. It's obviously respectable work. It's, there's a dignity in it, but it's a job that I think a lot of people don't grow up imagining themselves doing. That's not the life path they see for themselves if you're born and raised in this country.
Well, let's fast forward to today. I mean, you know that if you have big workplace raids like these under the new Trump administration, it might be harder for companies to replace workers because of, well, other immigration policy changes too. Why is that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So how does Swift, how does this slaughterhouse, how does it get back on its feet? How does it find new workers? It turns to a foreign workforce again. This time, instead of undocumented immigrants, the population they hire is refugees. They work with resettlement organizations, and they hire people from Burma, from Somalia, from Sudan, refugees from around the world who are resettled in the United States. And so today, a huge percentage of the workforce is foreign-born from all over the world. Cactus, I think that over half the town is foreign-born, and over 97% of people speak a language other than English at home. So it's a town of 3,000 in North Texas, and it's one of the most diverse towns by percentage of anywhere in Texas. The thing is that next time around, if a meat packing plant is raided, a work site, any work site is raided, if the idea is let's go get refugees to fill that in, that's no longer an option, because on his first day in office, Trump ended the resettlement of refugees in the United States, the program that brings, last year brought 100,000 people in. That program no longer exists, so you won't have these new workers coming in. There isn't a source of legal immigration, because just as Trump is deporting undocumented workers, he is really tightening the regulations that allow people who do have legal status, who have work permits. Those people are losing that status, and newcomers aren't being ushered in. So it's a real question about what's going to happen next if these work sites are going to be able to find workers.
Jack Herrera is a freelance reporter who covers immigration, and his story about Cactus, Texas, appeared in Texas Monthly. We'll have a link to it so you can read into it, and it's a fascinating read. We'll have that over at texasstandard.org. Jack, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, David.
Support for Texas Standard comes from Texas Oncology, right here with cancer care at more than 280 locations around Texas, allowing patients to remain close to family, friends, and caregivers while they fight against cancer. More at texasoncology.com.
Today we ask, is hydrogen safe?
This is UH Energy, driving the energy transition.
Many remember the Hindenburg disaster in May 1937, where a hydrogen-filled airship caught fire, killing 35 of the 97 passengers. Hydrogen is flammable, but so are gasoline, natural gas, and jet fuel, all of which have been safely used and handled by consumers and industry for more than a century. Hydrogen is more buoyant and has a wider flammability range, but it can be safely handled using the principles applied to other fuels. Hydrogen or battery-powered vehicles store similar amounts of energy. Both require safety measures for their use. I'm Joe Powell at the University of Houston Energy Transition Institute.
More episodes available at houstonpublicmedia.org/UHenergy.
From the Texas Newsroom, I'm Alexandra Hart. An extreme cold weather watch is in effect for North Texas beginning tomorrow. Temperatures are expected to drop below freezing and will stay that way for a few days. A strong Arctic cold front will drop temperatures to the teens on Wednesday, with a wind chill expected to be below 0 degrees. Most of the state will not see wintry precipitation. Texas is now home to the most top-tier research institutions of any state in the country. That's according to a new report from the American Council on Education and the Carnegie Foundation. Texas Public Radio's Dan Katz has more.
The report found that 16 Texas universities qualify as Tier 1 institutions, compared to 14 in California and 11 in New York. The most recent additions are the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston, UT Health San Antonio, UT Southwestern Medical Center, Baylor College of Medicine, and Southern Methodist University. The Tier 1 designation means the institutions spend at least $50 million on research and award at least 70 research doctorates per year. The news of progress for these Texas universities comes amid uncertainty over federal research funding. Trump administration's changes to the National Institutes of Health, while currently put on hold by a federal judge, could drastically reduce biomedical research funding to universities across the country. I'm Dan Katz in San Antonio.
The North Texas consulate offices of Peru, Guatemala, and Mexico are ramping up resources to calm fear and uncertainty in the communities they serve. KERA's Priscilla Rice reports.
All three consulates say it's important to have a plan in place. For example, if parents are detained. Mexican Consul General Francisco de la Torre says families with mixed legal status should have an emergency plan.
If mom or dad does not return from work, what should we do? Who is going to keep the kids? Do we have a power of attorney letter for letting the authority know who will keep the kids if I don't return?
The Mexican government also has an app available in the U.S. called Consul App Contigo that will alert emergency contacts and the nearest Mexican consulate office if a person is detained. I'm Priscilla Rice in Dallas.
The Trump administration halted sweeping cuts in the nation's nuclear weapons programs that would affect a plant near Amarillo. The Associated Press reports 30% of cuts in the National Nuclear Security Administration would have come from the Pantex nuclear power plant in Carson County. The plant works to reassemble warheads, a job that carries the highest levels of clearance. The Department of Government Efficiency rescinded the firings Friday for all but 28 of the more than 300 workers who had been laid off. I'm Alexandra Hart from the Texas Newsroom.
You're listening to statewide news from public radio stations across Texas. This coverage is only possible because of support from listeners like you. You can help sustain and grow Texas news coverage by donating to your local public radio station today.
33 minutes past the hour Texas Standard Time, I'm Laura Rice. The rising cost of living has driven more people to live in cities outside of Austin in recent years. There are areas largely with a lack of public transportation and sometimes no nearby grocery stores. KUT's Maya Fawaz reports for those struggling with the cost of everything, it can be an extra challenge to access fresh food. Every week, the Hays County Food Bank hosts an event at the St. Anthony Catholic Church near the city center in Kyle. People can walk inside, pick up a box, and fill it up with fresh produce and canned goods. On Tuesday, the spread included ingredients for spaghetti. There were also bell peppers, green apples, avocados, Easy Tiger branded bread, and vanilla cupcakes. Usually, there's some kind of protein like beef, pork, or fish, and sometimes the food bank carries baby food and formula. Joel dropped by on Tuesday for a box. We're only using his first name for privacy reasons. He has 2 kids. They're 12 and 15. Joel is currently unemployed. He says Kyle is growing fast and getting more and more expensive for his family.
Every time I go to the grocery store, I mean, you just get like a few items and it's like $100. And that's not what it used to be. Like, I mean, back in 2000, you could come out with a basket for $100.
A box from the Hays County Food Bank is enough to keep Joel and his family going for the week.
I just have to make sure that I preserve the foods correctly, like ball jars, stuff that'll help you to extend the life. Freezing it, whatever works to maintain it longer.
Joel is also trying to pickle some of that produce.
I haven't mastered it. I'm still working on that.
Joel enjoys being surprised by what the food bank is offering each week. But it can also make it tricky to plan meals for his family.
It's like playing Tetris. You might get one thing here, you might need that block for that over here to make this meal. So
the Hays County Food Bank's event on Tuesday wrapped up in under an hour. Volunteers say they served more than 180 people. Eileen Friedeck has been volunteering for the Hays County Food Bank for about 3.5 years. She says the demand for food assistance is rising in the county.
And so what we give them is not enough for a week by any means, but it's to supplement what they have.
An analysis out last month by the Central Texas Food Bank found about 1 in 6 Hays County residents experience food insecurity, meaning they don't know where their next meal will come from. Tracy Earhart is with the Central Texas Food Bank. She presented the findings to Hays County commissioners last week.
We learned that 1 in 4 food insecure population in Hays County make trade-offs every single month between food and insurance, utilities, housing, or transportation.
In Hays County, food insecurity is most prevalent among groups including migrants, families with children, and college students. The Central Texas Food Bank found food insecure households typically share 1 car, and they have to travel on average 8 miles to reach the nearest grocery store. San Marcos is the only city in Hays County with a public transit system. County Commissioner Debbie Inglesby spoke about these challenges at last week's meeting.
really sad to know that we have so much food insecurity. You know, we've always known that transportation is an issue for many people, especially on the east side of I-35.
Hays County officials and Central Texas Food Bank staff say having this data is key to understanding the scope of food insecurity and finding solutions. That could include attracting more grocery stores, expanding public transit, and growing programs that feed kids during the school year and over the summer. I'm Maya Fawaz in Kyle.
About 20 years ago, I was working with Texas Mutual Insurance Company, and Stuart Vanderbilt was running KUT. And I talked to Stuart about how we really needed something that was news-oriented, statewide, and could actually have the name Texas in it. And I said that for about 10 years. And then one day, when I was there with the CEO of Texas Mutual, Stuart announced that he had decided to do it, and it was going to be called Texas Standard. And he told me that he felt like it was a good fit. And I said, well, you think? It's been such a pleasure hearing the program, thinking about how it's influenced the state of Texas, and being able to help through donating our presence online to promote Texas Standard during its fledgling times and get it into all the different NPR stations across the state.
That's the voice of Eileen Keller marking 10 years of the Texas Standard. That's right, this broadcast has been informing and entertaining listeners for a decade now. We'll be marking the milestone all year round with special events and programming. We're also throwing some birthday parties across the state, kicking off in Austin on March 2nd at the historic Schultz Garden with live music, free on-the-spot poems from the Typewriter Rodeo, and plenty of Texas trivia. You can learn more about our birthday and the event in Austin at texasstandard.org/birthday.
Support for Texas Standard comes from HEB and the My HEB app, which is available for download, and shopping fresh departments like seafood, produce, bakery, and deli, and scheduling curbside pickup or home delivery. More at HEB.com. Support for Texas Standard comes from Texas Mutual Insurance Company, a workers' comp carrier dedicated to handling claims proactively to help injured employees get back on the job and policyholders get back to business. More at texasmutual.com/claims.
Elevate your impact with Houston Public Media. Today is New Member Monday. Now is the perfect moment to make a difference by becoming a new member. Your first donation supports trusted news, educational documentaries, and enriching arts on air. Join us in our mission to inform, educate, and inspire Houston. Visit HoustonPublicMedia.org/donate and make your first contribution today. Together, let's shape a future filled with quality programming and community engagement. Thank you for being a vital part of Houston Public Media.
I'm Natalie Weber. I wanted to become a journalist because I really enjoy informing the community and letting them know about what's happening in local politics, in their school boards, and telling interesting stories. Fort Bend County is a really interesting place to cover because it's the second largest county in the Houston area, and it's a really diverse area. It's also growing super rapidly, and it's expected to reach 1.1 million residents by 2030, and I think that makes it a really interesting place to cover.
I'm Jason Mellard from the Center for Texas Music History at Texas State University. This week in Texas music history, Austin fills a cavity, G.G. Allin sparks a riot, Texas punk folklore takes root. On February 20th, 1993, the notorious Austin punk club The Cavity closed with a final show by the band Pork. The Cavity Club played a significant role in Austin's underground, a no-frills, no-holds-barred venue on Red River. The space itself was already a little bit odd, last occupied by the eco-radical Zindig Farm Collective, who sold their zines and cassettes on nearby 6th Street. Also, the Cavity Club was BYOB, so they had the benefit of being just outside TABC's purview. However, the club's sheer outrageousness meant that they still butted up against bewildered authorities now and then, like the Halloween when a band sprayed gallons of fake blood on passersby while playing on the rooftop, or, notoriously, the scatological apocalypse of shock rocker G.G. Allin, an artist whose unhinged antics could make Iggy Pop blush. Allin was a punk singer, sure, but people came to the shows to bear witness to his rapid descent into nudity and foul bodily fluids. Allen's February 1992 Cavity Club set ended with the arrival of a dozen cop cars. As policeman Charles Smith recalled the reason for their presence, that a fight was in progress, and that a white male was on stage and defecating. Mace was in the air as the place cleared out. This all happened within about 20 minutes. Outrageousness made the headlines, but even in the Cavity Club's short life, its significance was in its ability to sustain local underground bands like Stratford, Glorium, Pocket Fisherman, and Jesus, as well as introducing Austinites to touring groups like Green Day, Chumbawamba, and Bikini Kill. Bikini Kill's Kathleen Hanna rightly looked askance at the place's aggro energy, and Rebecca Cannon of local Sincola has called it a dirtbag hole. But Greg Beats and Richard Weimark's book, A Curious Mix of People, makes a compelling case for the role that such dirtbag holes play in a healthy punk scene. You can hear music from the Lone Star State 24/7 on the Texas Music Experience at tmx.fm. For the Texas Standard, I'm Jason Mellard.
Support for This Week in Texas Music History comes from Brain Audio, maker of a compact portable speaker featuring an internal subwoofer that produces deep bass sound. Engineered in the live music capital of the world. More at brainaudio.com. That's BRANE audio.com.
You talk to me all night, but I don't know what's the matter with you.
You've got it tuned to the Texas Standard. I'm Laura Rice. Last legislative session, lawmakers set aside a then historic $200 million for film and TV production in the state. Now they're poised to more than double that, and they've got some big names lobbying them to do so.
Small fraction of Texas budget surplus could turn this state into the new Hollywood.
No, but we're not going to call it Hollywood. We'll call it like Fort Worth, Beaumont, Austin, Houston, El Paso, Longview, McAllen, Frankston.
The voices of Texans Woody Harrelson, Dennis Quaid, and Matthew McConaughey in a video posted on YouTube about a month ago. It coincides with a nearly $500 million line item in the draft budget of the Texas Senate. Pooja Salhotra has been writing about this for the Texas Tribune. Pooja, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on.
Well, this is a huge number by Texas standard for film incentives, but how does it compare to other states trying to attract the business?
So this is definitely rivaling several other states, most other states in the U.S. We have seen as the film industry has kind of been in a little bit of a slump after COVID and just after all of the strikes that happened, that other states are also injecting huge amounts of money into their programs. So Governor Gavin Newsom of California has proposed a pretty large sum, I want to say around $750 million, that hasn't passed yet, but this is still huge compared to the vast majority of states in the country.
Well, Dan Patrick has been lieutenant governor for more than a decade now, and before that served in the Texas Senate. Is it clear to you why this has become such a priority for him now?
You know, I did reach out to him hoping to get more clarity on that myself, and he didn't respond. That being said, last session, you know, he has posted on social media about how he got dinner with Yellowstone creator Taylor Sheridan, who has been a huge name in the film industry. And so folks have kind of talked about how that might have influenced Dan Patrick's decision to re-up this and make it more of a priority this year.
He's a powerful figure in Texas politics. What does it mean to have the state's number 2 pushing so hard for this?
Yeah, it's a huge thing. The fact that this was a priority bill this session, the bill has not yet been filed, but he has reserved Senate Bill 22 for this. He made a point in his press release about the draft budget that he's trying to make Texas the film capital of America, and more than doubling the amount of money that the state has ever put into this film incentive program, which started back in 2007. But the amount of money in the program has ranged from the low 100 million, 50 million, the highest until now was 200 million. So this is really quite historic.
It's not a done deal, though. What's the opposition look like?
I
spoke to a few House members. Most of them would not comment until there was a bill filed. However, some folks did react to that advertisement, saying that this is not how their constituents want them to spend taxpayer dollars. They are more worried about things like schools and public safety, and the idea of spending nearly $500 million on film and media is, to some lawmakers, not ideal. There's also a number of economists who have studied these programs who say that they don't necessarily have the benefits that the film commissions say that they do. So I think that there's definitely going to be a fight about it. It has been a fight in the past. Some lawmakers in the past have even filed bills to get rid of the program altogether. I spoke to Representative Daniel Alders of Tyler. He's a freshman lawmaker, and he talked about how there already are a lot of benefits of doing business here in Texas. There's no state income tax, and from the film side of things, there's a great topography, so the state should not, in his words, have to have a handout to do business here.
Yeah, so it seems like there's a lot of disagreement on how effective these film incentives are. But what did you hear anecdotally from folks like a restaurant owner in Smithville?
Yeah, down in Smithville, it's a small town about 40 miles away from Austin, and they really love having films come to town. They have had dozens of productions, things like Hope Floats, which is a Sandra Bullock film. They even on their billboard, boast that they're the home of Hope Floats. But yeah, restaurant owners talked about how when there is film production, that brings a lot of people into town who end up coming in to, eat their meals there. They stay at hotels. They need all kinds of services while they're in town. And on top of that, they talked about how tourists actually come because if they are diehard fans of that film, they're interested in seeing where it was shot. So they talked about how it does build economic development and just boost the local economy.
Pooja Salhotra has been reporting on the effort to double film incentives in the Texas legislature for the Texas Tribune. Pooja, thanks again.
Thank you.
It's not just about the brisket or the ribs or the sausage or even the sides. It's the culture and people who are passionate about it. Where there's smoke, there's Daniel Vaughn, Texas Monthly Barbecue Editor. Make sure to join us Thursday on the Texas Standard.
Support for Where There's Smoke comes from HEB.
You're listening to News 88.7. Hi, I'm Craig Cohen, the host of Houston Matters. Join me weekday mornings at 9 or at your leisure on your podcast feed for your daily guide to the people, places, issues, and ideas that define Greater Houston. From politics to the economy, energy to the environment, healthcare to education to transportation and beyond. If it matters to Houston, it matters to us. Check us out wherever you get your podcasts or live on the air weekdays at 9 a.m. right here on News 88.7.
Support comes from John Moore, helping with plumbing, electrical, and air conditioning repairs, including out-of-warranty units since 1965. Details at 730-2525 or at johnmooreservices.com.
Support comes from Austin College, a 4-year liberal arts college offering hands-on research opportunities for students to gain professional experience. You can discover where curiosity leads north of Dallas in Sherman, Texas. More at austincollege.edu.
It's the Texas Standard. I'm David Brown. Texas doesn't have a state law requiring employers to provide parental leave, though federal law does provide some protections for parental leave, and most state agency policies provide some paid parental leave options. But a headline in the Houston Chronicle notes a benefit that Texans do have and also poses a surprising question. The headline reads, Texas created a paid family leave plan. Why isn't anyone using it? Okay, color me confused. Let's get some clarity about what's really happening here. Taylor Goldenstein is the author of this story. Taylor, welcome to the Texas Standard.
Thanks so much for having me.
So if you go online, you'll see that there isn't a state law in Texas requiring paid parental leave, but you report the state does have a family leave plan. I didn't know there was such a thing, and I bet a lot of Texans don't either.
Right. So they kind of turned to this insurance model where they let businesses go ahead and buy insurance like they might buy health insurance, that they can either charge their employees for or split it with them, and that will cover that paid time off.
So, in other words, they've set up an insurance program, or at least some kind of insurance scheme through which these employers could buy the insurance. It wouldn't be the employee buying it, except perhaps indirectly by being charged for it on their paycheck, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So, are there any other states that have plans like this?
Yes, so it's become popular specifically among Republican states that don't tend to have the mandatory leave policies. They're looking more toward this private model, but it's very early. It's only been a year or two since these programs have been instituted.
Well, how many employers are actually using this arrangement, and what about employees? Do they know about it?
Right, that's a big question mark. So we looked into it and found that just 2 insurers were signed up to offer these plans, and they would not tell us how many were enrolled. So it's really hard to say if people are even benefiting.
Why hasn't this plan been more talked about, and for that matter, more widely adopted? Of course, as you admit, it's hard to know exactly how many employers have signed on.
Right. Well, the author of the bill, that's Representative Lacey Hull out of the Houston area, said that she's not discouraged by this. She says it's still early, so there's still time, in her opinion, and it could increase over time. It's still quite early.
Is there a time limit on it? Do you have to sign up before a certain date, or what?
No time limit. It's more just a situation where, you can only use it if your employer offers it. And like I said, we don't really know how many employers are offering it. The bill doesn't require that these employers or the insurance companies report their enrollment. So it's really going to be hard to gauge the progress of a program like this.
You mentioned that there are other states that have similar programs. Where are the stories coming out of those places?
Right. There are other states. It includes New Hampshire, which is one of the only states that we have data from. And there they saw in their first year just 3% of their workforce enrolled in the program.
Is there anything being done or that could be done to stimulate interest in this sort of program? Or are the fees expensive for companies that are signing on?
Yeah, that's a good question. You could look at New Hampshire, although they also aren't seeing great enrollment just yet. But one of the ways that states do it, like New Hampshire, is they added financial incentives for the companies to sign up. And that's something that Texas hasn't tried yet.
Interesting. Any efforts that you're hearing about in this current legislative session that, might change things? Perhaps introducing mandatory family leave policies, or maybe even just getting the word out that this is available. I wonder how many employers even realize that this is a possibility.
Right, that's a great question. So I'll take both those. So on the mandatory paid leave, yes, there is a Democrat also out of the Houston area who plans to refile mandatory paid leave legislation that in the past has been at least a little bit bipartisan. And on financial incentives, there's some other legislation around tax credits for companies that offer paid leave plans.
I wonder why more hasn't been said publicly about this. Is there just not the groundswell of support, the grassroots support for this?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it's really, like I said, it's a question of how many of these employers are signing up, and it may indicate, I don't know, it may indicate that not many employers are signing up.
Well, I bet a lot of folks are going to be looking into it now that you're reporting on it. Taylor Goldenstein, Austin Bureau reporter for the Houston Chronicle. We'll link to her story on this, texasstandard.org. Taylor, thanks so much.
Thank you.
And you are listening to the Texas Standard. As promised, Wells Dunbar's back. He's our social media editor, monitoring what Texans are talking about online. Hello, Wells.
Howdy, David. Love this comment on our Facebook page here from Christopher Carmichael, who says, with so much going on within Texas national and international politics, I don't need to ride a roller coaster to feel dizzy or disoriented. I believe Exhibit A here, a story I was talking about earlier, the Associated Press reporting that up to 350 employees at the National Nuclear Security Administration abruptly laid off Thursday. Employees that worked on reassembling warheads, which the AP notes is one of the most sensitive jobs, safeguarding the nation's nuclear arsenal. Well, most of those 350 folks were called back apparently late Friday night. Those firings were rescinded, and as I noted earlier, the majority of those positions, or rather about 30% of those positions were in Amarillo at the plant, the Pantex plant there. However, the AP notes that most of those, that not all of the NNSA staff could be reached, nor were all assumed to return to work. This amid the sort of confusion and arguably chaos which is unfolding there within many government agencies. On our Facebook page, Jeremy Lopez asks, how will the governor hold Musk accountable for the firings at the Pantex plant near Amarillo, noting that some of the employees were asked back, but as for the others, ... So obviously the latest example, and a definite Texas example, of how some of the consternation and just uncertainty, I guess you could say, regarding these government layoffs is taking hold, especially there. As Victoria Benavides puts it on our Facebook page, there's no transparency in what's happening and why Musk and his team need access to our health, financial, employment, and education records. Those financial records very top of mind for many folks. The Washington Post reporting that the Doge service is seeking access to what they call a heavily guarded Internal Revenue Service system. That system apparently including detailed financial information about each taxpayer, business, and nonprofit in the country. This according to 3 anonymous IRS employees that the Post got a hold of. So yes, it's just remarkable, Dave, as we've watched this agency, the Department of Government Efficiency, make its round from the agency to agency to agency, sort of leaving a trail of concern in its wake, to put it mildly. Christopher Bart on our Facebook page asks if the agency is going after fraud or just going after things they don't like and calling it fraud. Interesting comment there. So obviously a story that's developing and really won't appear to be going anywhere. We just, like I said, we're hearing about a new agency targeted day after day, it seems, David.
I don't know how many folks are talking about that 5.0 magnitude earthquake, tied for the 6th strongest in state history over the weekend, is out in West Texas. If you felt it, we'd love to hear from you. Hey, listen, we're out of time for the big broadcast. News continues 24/7 over at texasstandard.org. Tomorrow's show's going to be a humdinger. We hope you can join us for it.
Philanthropic support for Texas Standard comes from Casey and Scott O'Hare, the Winkler Family Foundation, Lynn Dobson and Greg Woldridge, Adrian Killam, and the George Huntington family.
You're listening to News 88.7.
Hey, it's Michael Barbaro, host of The Daily. Join us here on Houston Public Media every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. The Daily focuses on just 1 or 2 stories each day, offering listeners a 30-minute deep dive portrait of the characters and human stakes driving the news. That's The Daily from the New York Times, weeknights at 7 on News 88.7.
Support comes from UT Health Houston, home to Dr. Mary Aitken, who is focused on keeping children safe from preventable injuries through research, education, and advocacy. More at uth.edu/manyfaces.
Really nice day on this President's Day. Mostly sunny. We'll get up to about 61. And then tonight, a few more clouds, low 52. Currently, it's 50. This is your NPR station, KUHF, Houston. News 88.7, a service of the University of Houston. Good morning, I'm Tom Carter. It's 11 o'clock.
From monogamy and marriage to cohabitation and kids, it's hard not to ride the relationship escalator. But what does it look like if you step off? From WAMU and NPR in Washington, this is 1A. Hi, I'm Jen White. Today on 1A, we listen back to a conversation we had about non-traditional dating styles. In particular, living apart together, or LAT. It's where a committed couple lives separately, and it's proving popular.
I first learned about living apart together when getting familiar with the dynamics between Frida Kahlo and Diego Rivera as a young person, and I remember thinking that was the perfect setup.
Older women are leading the way, but it can look different from one relationship to the next. We sat down with relationship experts to hear all about this type of relationship and why silver singles are opting to love without sharing an address. That's coming up after this news.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Windsor Johnston. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has arrived in Saudi Arabia for a series of high-level talks with Russian officials about ending the war in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he didn't know about the talks and says Ukraine is not taking part in them. NPR's Joanna Kakissis reports these talks include how to end Russia's invasion.
Speaking to Ukrainian reporters via video link from Abu Dhabi, Zelensky said his visit to the region was planned before the U.S.-Russia talks materialized. This is an official visit, Zelensky said, and it has nothing to do with what's happening in Saudi Arabia with the representatives of the U.S. and Russia. He said Ukraine feels any negotiations that do not involve Ukraine will have no results and that Ukrainians cannot recognize those agreements. He also said he wants Europeans at the negotiating table, something Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has rejected. Zelensky is planning to travel to Saudi Arabia later this week. Joanna Kakissis, NPR News, Kyiv.
It's been nearly a month since President Trump began his second term in office. Since then, he signed a record number of executive orders and actions, mainly aimed at overhauling the federal workforce. NPR's Tamara Keith reports many of Trump's actions are being met with legal challenges.
President Trump is taking a very expansive view of his executive authority. He is blowing past statutes like the law requiring 30 days notice to Congress before firing inspectors general, and running straight into significant constitutional questions. He's freezing federal funds and trying to erase agencies that were created by Congress without going back to Congress for the authority to do it.
That's NPR's Tamara Keith reporting. The union that represents some workers at the Federal Aviation Administration says the White House has started firing employees at the agency. The move comes less than 3 weeks after a deadly mid-air collision between a jetliner and military helicopter in Washington, D.C. It also comes as the FAA struggles with shortages of air traffic controllers and a series of close calls between planes at U.S. airports. Wall Street is closed for the President's Day holiday today. NPR's Scott Horsley reports on the week ahead.
Investors will get some updates this week on the health of the housing market. The Commerce Department reports Wednesday on new home construction. That'll be followed on Friday by a realtor's report on sales of existing homes. High prices and high mortgage rates have been a drag on the housing market, which has knock-on effects for appliance and furniture sales. Mortgage rates dipped a little bit last week, but are still hovering just under 6.9%. Scott Horsley, NPR News, Washington.
This is NPR.
Live from News 88.7 in Houston, I'm Tom Perumian. A stinging 221-page report finds Houston city employees misusing city credit cards. The report from Ernst & Young found employees were splitting purchases so as not to trigger buying limits, and that they were also buying items from vendors deemed prohibited by the city. Mayor John Whitmire responded to the report saying, quote, "The efficiency study highlights my commitment to responsible governance and is an important step toward restoring trust and accountability in how our city government works. We take these findings seriously." 4 people are hospitalized, 1 in serious condition following a house fire on Texas and Clifton Streets in Edo this morning. Houston Fire responded to the scene around 9 a.m. and had the blaze knocked down in 30 minutes. An investigation is underway. Immigrants' rights organizations and educators are continuing to share information on how to handle immigration enforcement at schools. News 88.7's Patricia Ortiz says some parents and educators are concerned about personal information being shared to immigration enforcement.
Clarence Elko with the No Tech Criminalization in Education, or Notice Coalition, spoke for a webinar this weekend hosted by Houston area nonprofits. He says modern technology makes it easier for schools and sometimes third parties to monitor student activity.
They're constantly adapting and finding new ways of being able to access student data, having like actual cameras that they have access to in the school district, to the social media monitoring and like sharing information between agencies about what they're seeing on social media.
Oko says immigration enforcement still needs a judicial order or subpoena to have access to data protected by FERPA. Schools are also required to keep track of third parties that receive student information. I'm Patricia Ortiz, News 88.7.
Mostly sunny with a high of 62 today, mostly cloudy overnight, low of 53. Right now, partly cloudy, 50 degrees on the UH campus. I'm Tom Perumian, News 88.7.
Support for NPR comes from ARM, committed to delivering innovative, advanced computing designed to enable worldwide companies to unleash the capabilities and experiences of AI. The future of AI is built on ARM. ARM.com. This is NPR.
This is 1A. I'm Jen White. The expectations of Valentine's Day have come and gone. Maybe you spent some time with your sweetheart, or maybe even went to a Galentine's event. Regardless of what you did, it's a good time to remember that everyone does relationships a bit differently. So today, we're revisiting a conversation about a unique relationship dynamic that's gaining popularity in the U.S. And a programming note, tomorrow you can catch our regular If You Can Keep It series. We'll talk about the future of the Democratic Party. But today, it's about love and relationships. Let's listen. Does distance really make the heart grow fonder? A growing number of couples who are choosing to live apart together, also known as LAT, seem to think so. These couples are in a committed relationship but live or sleep separately. Between 2000 and 2022, the percentage of married couples who decided to live apart grew by more than 40%. That's according to Scripps News analysis of census data. The trend has also mainly been driven by older women. New research from a UK household study suggests that older couples who decided to live apart together have better mental health. It's also the most likely type of relationship for the over 60s crowd, with those couples opting 10 times more for LAT situations than marriage. It's also something many of you have experience with.
My partner and I have been together for over 3 years. We each own our own homes. We spend half the week together and half the week apart. We each have our own activities and obligations that we take care of when we're in our own homes.
Hi, my partner and I have been in a relationship for 15 years now. I'm 60, he's 72, and we do live apart. We each have separate houses about 6 miles from each other, and it works very well for us. I have cats that live at my house, and he does not. He loves my cats, but he loves them being at my house.
My husband lives in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and I live in Florida in my RV in the winter. We do this because I'm really tired of shoveling snow and being cold. He flies down now and then so that we can be together, and then he goes home. It gives me independence and self-confidence, and yet I know that I'm loved.
Thanks for those messages. So what exactly does living apart together look like? How are couples making this work? And what can we learn about embracing more non-traditional dating and relationship styles? For that, let's turn to our panel. Vicki Larson is a journalist and author of Latitude, How You Can Make a Live Apart Together Relationship Work. Vicki, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, Jen. I'm delighted to be here.
Also with us in studio is Ann Turner. She's a psychotherapist, certified sex therapist, and divorce coach. Ann, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And also with us is Logan Ury, a behavioral scientist turned dating coach. She's the author of How to Not Die Alone, and you can catch her as the dating coach on my newest obsession, the new Netflix series, The Later Daters. Logan, welcome back to the program.
Thanks for having me.
So, Vicki, first, how do you define living apart together?
Well, so I kind of stick to the traditional term, which was developed in 1999 by a professor in Norway and in Sweden. And they said to be considered a LAT, 3 things have to happen. The couple agrees that they are a committed romantic couple. Others view them as a committed romantic couple, and that they live in separate places. I find that a little bit restrictive because it doesn't include people who are poly, who maybe have more than one partner. So, or maybe people who sleep in separate bedrooms, which is not the traditional term. So the way I define it is that people consider themselves in a committed romantic relationship with however many partners they have, and they have separate spaces, whether it's in the same house or in different places.
Well, let's listen to this voicemail we got from Clark in Fairfax.
My partner and I of 42 years
have always kept separate apartments. We're in the same building. We're one floor away from each other. We drop in on each other all the time throughout the day. It's been a wonderful 42 years. It's nice having some privacy, but it's also nice having someone close by that you care for.
Clark, thanks for that message. Now, everyone's relationship is different. And Vicki, you said you kind of stick with the traditional definition of LAT, but are there some different variations on this that you've seen?
Sure. There are people, again, who have separate rooms in the same house. There are people who maybe live on separate floors or in different apartments in the same apartment building. I mean, it really runs the gamut of how the couple decides what they want their relationship to look like. And, for some people, that is a little scary because it's so much easier to just go with a known entity. Oh, we are living together and we are a committed couple. Everyone understands living together. People don't necessarily understand people who maybe live on opposite sides of the country from each other. I mean, that doesn't make sense for a lot of people because we tend to think if you love someone, of course you're going to want to live with them, right? Right. Not necessarily.
Let's go back to our voicemail box. Here's Jim in New Jersey.
I've been with my sweetheart, Janet, for 14 years, and we both own our own home. She lives about 20 miles away from me. We're both 74 now, and we look forward. We enjoy living separately and living alone, but we look forward to our dates together. We dinner and everything. So she comes over to my house on Thursday and Friday, and we both go to her house on Saturday, and then I go back to my house on Sunday. And this has worked out really well for us.
Jim, thanks for that message. We also heard from a member of our text club who writes, I've seen a lot more of this in my mother's generation. She's in her 70s. Both my mom and my aunt have told me that men their age want a nurse and a purse. And they are both extraordinarily hesitant to enter into a serious relationship because of that factor. They do date, but they have both sworn up and down that they won't share their space with a man permanently again. So, Logan, we heard from a couple in their 70s. We also heard from a member of our text club talking about their mom, who's also in her 70s. Why do you think this idea in particular appeals to older couples?
This has been such an interesting trend to watch. So in my work on the later daters, where we follow daters who were 55 plus, and I had the chance to coach them, I found that a lot of people were very set in their ways, especially around things like how their house is set up. So one of the people on the show is named Nate, and he's really clean and he's really tidy. And on a date, a woman says, well, what if I leave out my dresses before we go on a date? And he said, no, that just couldn't happen. And so living apart together is a great fit for someone like that. I like to use the analogy of a merger versus a startup. When you're dating, when you're younger, let's say two people in their 20s or 30s, it's like a startup. You come together and you build the company. When you're older, it's more like a merger. Two complete companies with their own HR departments and their own way of doing things come together, and that can be notoriously hard. And so living apart together is a great solution for people who might be older and more set in their ways, or who do not want to combine their lives financially.
We heard from another one of you who says, I didn't want to be someone else's mom or maid. With a duplex, they can be a slob at their place and visit me at mine that I keep as I wish. Now, and we are seeing this trend driven by older women. Why do you think that is?
So when you reach midlife, you've likely raised kids, and now it's your time. When you're raising kids, and women tend to carry the emotional labor in a relationship. So once you have the kids out of the house, you can think for yourself, what do I want? Do I now want to have the emotional labor with just my partner? Or maybe we want a little more space, especially post-COVID. I find when people are working at home, they're spending a lot more time together. A lot of people are taking up space literally and figuratively in their kitchen. I have people who say, oh, my wife has their office space in the living room or the dining room, and they're wanting that space back. And again, it could be figurative or literal, but wanting to take your time back because when else are you going to do it?
Yeah. Well, we're talking about a portion of people who are bucking the norm of living together, but perhaps it's worth examining that relationship standard altogether, Vicki. Why is moving in together a de facto relationship step, particularly for those in the West?
Well, you mentioned that romantic script or that romantic escalator, right? We see things that quote unquote should look a certain way, right? You meet someone, you fall in love, you become a monogamous couple, you move in together, you maybe pop a ring on it, there's kids, there's a house, maybe there's a minivan, or maybe that was just me, and it looks that way. And so we don't have a lot of role models of alternative ways of living, but this actually has existed throughout history and in places all around the country. So it's not really a new concept. It's just that it's attractive to boomers. And one sociologist called it the gender revolution continuing into old age, kind of a nod to the fact that baby boomer women have been on the forefront of restructuring family life in the past few decades. So it's kind of catching on with people who want to keep their independence.
Logan, briefly?
Yes, so I wanted to add that we know the divorce rate for first marriages is around 40%. Clearly, the current structure isn't working for many people. So I'm excited about any new structure that really helps people evolve and reject the one-size-fits-all marriage that we've all been given.
We're talking to Logan Ury, a behavioral scientist turned dating coach and the director of relationship science at the dating app Hinge. Also with us, Vicki Larson, the author of Latitude, How You Can Make a Live Apart Together Relationship Work, and Ann Turner, a sex therapist and divorce coach. We're also hearing from you. A member of our text club writes, we both have a distant attachment style and he's on the spectrum. We love each other very much and living apart really works for us. Coming up, do you need to be wealthy to live separately in a committed relationship? We answer that and some of your other questions in just a moment. This is 1A.
You're listening to News 88.7.
Houston Public Media is licensed to the University of Houston System, governed by the UH Board of Regents. Information about open meetings, dates, times, and locations is online at uhsystem.edu.
Hello, I'm Doug Lawson, South Region President of Common Spirit Health. As St. Luke's Health recognizes 70 years of providing care for our communities, we remain committed to supporting access to vital information. That's why we support Houston Public Media.
What can organizations do to see stronger financial returns, improved employee performance, and build pathways to senior leadership? Invest in middle management.
Welcome to Bauer Business Focus. I am Dr. Vanessa Patrick, Associate Dean for Research at the C.T. Bauer College of Business at the University of Houston.
I'm Dr. Cheryl Baldwin, Associate Dean of Bauer's Executive Education. Middle managers play a vital role as intermediaries within a company, ensuring effective communication between executives and employees. Investing in the development of middle managers can provide considerable advantages for an organization. A Harvard study found that 57% of professionals regard the development of middle management as a priority. Executive education programs provide a way for mid-level managers to improve their skill set and climb the corporate ladder.
This has been Bauer Business Focus from the Bauer College of Business, sponsored by Texas Mutual Insurance Company. More episodes at houstonpublicmedia.org/Bauer.
Support for NPR comes from the station and from Indiana University, establishing the IU Launch Accelerator for Biosciences to drive healthcare discoveries and train the next generation of innovators. More at go.iu.edu/IULab. And from Workday. Workday is an AI platform for forward thinkers, dedicated to transforming the way business leaders manage people and money today so they can transform tomorrow. Workday, moving business forever forward. This is NPR.
This is 1A. I'm Jen White. Following Valentine's Day celebrations, we're revisiting a conversation about a different way couples are making their relationship work. And just a note, our If You Can Keep It series returns tomorrow. Let's jump back in. We're discussing the relationship trend of living apart together, or LAT. It's what committed couple lives separately. It's something anthropologist Helen Fisher spoke about last year with Axios and 1A's Nyla Boudin.
We are LAT, living apart together. I said to him, I'll marry you, but I'm not moving in. I want to go out with my girlfriends. I like going to the ballet. It doesn't interest him. And so a couple nights a week, we do things with our friends. We're madly in love. You can do LAT if you really trust each other.
That's anthropologist Helen Fisher in an interview last year with frequent 1A guest host Nyla Boudin. Now, living apart together is a model that more older couples are doing, but could it work for you? And how are those senior singles navigating the dating world? We're talking about it with our panel. Vicki Larson is a journalist and author of Latitude, How You Can Make a Live Apart Together Relationship Work. Ann Turner is a psychotherapist, certified sex therapist, and divorce coach. And Logan Ury is the author of How to Not Die Alone. She's also the director of relationship science at the dating app Hinge. And you can catch her as the dating coach on the new Netflix series, The Later Daters. Now, we got this message from one of you. This sounds remarkably like dating, sort of like having it both ways. Committing is taking the good with the bad. Not having to share your space with another person sounds like a luxury where they both can afford to live separate lives. That sounds like heaven. I mean, Vicki, let's address some myths. Some people may ask, how is this different from dating?
Well, you are in a committed relationship, I am assuming. Not everybody who lives apart is in a committed relationship, but my focus in my book and the kind of people I think that we're speaking to here are people who are maybe married and in a committed relationship. How is it different from dating? Some people have been doing this for 15, 18, 20 years. They are the executor of each other's wills. I mean, it's much more involved and deeper than just a casual dating thing. On the plus side, though, you are actually kind of dating your partner in that they're not around all the time. You actually are taking much more effort to show up for them in the ways, in your love languages. And also, look, when you live with someone, you can take them for granted and you see all the negative things, like the dishwasher is loaded incorrectly, the toilet paper is put on the wrong way. But when you're living apart from your partner, you kind of see them through rose-colored glasses. You focus on the things about them that you love. So it is kind of like dating, but it's much more than dating.
Well, Anna, I wonder how that distance from the sort of day-to-day domestic challenges that we face when we're living together, how that might change the dynamics of a relationship, because you're not worried about what the dishwasher looks like and you're not worried about the toilet paper or who folded the laundry.
So what happened, I've noticed this in my own life. When I'm alone and I have 10 tasks to do in the house, I just sort of barrel through them and I don't think about it. But if I have my partner or husband in the household, I'm wondering, well, why isn't he doing 5 of them? Why did he pick those 3 and not those 7? Or why do I feel like I'm doing the bulk of the work? There's kind of this, it can be built up resentment or the divvying up the labor that when you're alone, you don't have. You just sort of go about it and you don't have that. And a lot of it's sort of like, why do they never do that? You know, you can build up those resentments or irritations, the day-to-day irritations. You're taking those out of the equation when you have a relationship.
Well, we got this message from a member of our tax club who says, is this a rich people trend? Between taxes, utilities, rent, groceries, medical expenses, insurance, who has that kind of money? And another writes, that's my dream. If I could afford it, I would have a duplex, myself and my son on one side, and my partner and his daughter on the other. Unfortunately, housing costs in my area don't allow for it. Now, we have heard from many celebrities who've revealed they've been in lat relationships. Gwyneth Paltrow, director Brad Falchuk, former couple actress Helena Bonham Carter, and director Tim Burton. But these are people who have the resources for a 2-house living arrangement. Vicki, how do you respond to the criticism that you need to be really wealthy in order to make this work?
Yeah, well, that is the biggest myth about the live apart together relationships. Unless you actually are roommates when you meet each other, you are already living apart. When you meet someone, nothing has to change just because you fall in love and decide to become a couple. Nothing has to change. And also, what's really important is you don't want to turn a romantic decision, I love my partner so much, I want to live with you 24/7, into a financial decision. Those are two different things. And also, there are other costs involved that aren't financial. If, let's say, you happen to fall in love with someone who lives in another city, if you had to move to be closer or to live with your partner, you would be giving up your community. You might be moving far away from your children and grandchildren or your medical care providers. Those are costs that have to be factored in too, and it might cost you more emotional distress to move to a place where maybe you don't know anybody but your romantic partner. So all of that really needs to be factored in.
As we talk celebrities, we should mention WAMU's Diane Reed was in a relationship when she remarried in 2017. She wrote on her website, quote, "I'm not moving to Florida and he is not moving to Washington. It will be a modern marriage in the most modern sense of the word." Now, Logan, it would seem you need two people who are enthusiastic about this setup, but it can still be a delicate conversation to begin with. What tips do you have about how to broach that conversation with a partner, or even sort of suss out whether this would be an arrangement they'd be interested in if you're just dating?
My advice is to start with why you want to explore LAT and what you hope it will achieve in your relationship, and really framing it around how LAT is a way to enhance, not weaken your bond. Then you could talk about things like, why are you excited about this? What makes you nervous about it? What's our definition of success? How do we know if this is working? And of course, you can get into logistics, such as how are we handling finances? Are we splitting the bills for groceries? Are we having these things as independent bills? And you can also talk about long-term goals, how you're going to explain this to friends and family, right? That's something that we often hear, is that others don't understand LAT relationships and think, oh, is this an open relationship? Are you on the verge of separation or divorce? And also things around your own privacy. Will you have keys to each other's houses? Can you stop by unannounced? How often will you have sleepovers? And so first, the foundation is, why are we doing this? And then going into the logistics around how will this work?
And I see you nodding enthusiastically, especially around the part of how you explain this arrangement to other people.
Yeah, it's reminding me of kind of like when someone asks, like if you stop drinking and someone asks you, why are you not drinking? When people around you have an issue with your relationship, it says more about what's going on with them personally or internally. Otherwise, people would say, oh, that's interesting. And what I found in the people that I know that are in this kind of relationship is usually they get the response of that we've had from some of the listeners that say, oh, I want that. Oh, you have that. How does it work? So I'm glad we're bringing up this as a topic in general.
Well, we got this message from one of you. My partner and I have been together for 22 years, living separately. That is why we are still together. He comes over every evening, usually with dinner cooked, and stays through breakfast. We will both turn 80 this year. And another of you writes, after 40 years of marriage, we are doing this for part of the year at my request. I love it because I can have the independence that I didn't get to experience since we dated from age 15. Our marriage looks different from the traditional one that our society expects, but that's okay. It seems like there could be a couple of different models here where you have people where they decide that this is going to be the model for the relationship. That's how they start the relationship, living apart together. But then there are people who maybe are married for many years and then say, let's try this different model. What are some of the potential challenges, Anne, about making a transition from what would be considered a traditional relationship structure to something non-traditional?
Well, as Logan was saying, you'd want to start off with a really thorough conversation or many conversations about what each of you wants, because you do need both of you to be somewhat on the same page. And you're right that there's more than just living apart together as an option. There's ways to create space in relationships, as I was saying earlier, post-COVID, whether it's that woman talking about having a month apart from their partner. It could be something like going on trips by yourself without your partner. It could be, as we talked about earlier, having different floors of the house, or having a different bed, sleeping in a different bed, and having space without necessarily moving apart and having separate residences. There's a lot of, or even if someone had a second residence, you could use that as time that you each could take in that home to feel some space.
And Vicki, in researching your book, what challenges do couples run into when they were transitioning to a lat relationship?
Well, it is, again, because it is something new and different, you kind of have to wrap your head around it. I mean, you're making a bold move to take a traditional living together relationship into separate places and dealing with people who might have judgment against it and think like, oh, the marriage must be in trouble. Whereas a lot of the people that I spoke to said that was the way that they saved their marriage. Look, if you are a couple who's struggling, and we saw during the pandemic, we were not really made necessarily to live with our loved ones 24/7, to kind of take a bold move to do something different and breathe even, new life into a romantic relationship. And for many people who did that, they considered it an investment in their marriage, which is an interesting way to look at it. It's much more positive. That's how the marriage was going to work, that they made the bold move to separate. Physically, not emotionally. Yeah, that's a very clear distinction.
We're talking to Vicki Larson, the author of Latitude, How You Can Make a Live Apart Together Relationship Work, Ann Turner, a sex therapist and divorce coach, and Logan Urey, a behavioral scientist turned dating coach and the author of How to Not Die Alone. One of you emailed this: I've been with my partner for 9 years. We've never lived together and don't plan on moving in together anytime soon. I'm a 37-year-old child-free woman. He is a 40-year-old father who has joint custody of his 8-year-old son. I love his son, and he loves me. However, I don't consider myself a parental figure in his life. He already has 2 parents who have a great co-parenting relationship, which I respect. And another of you shared this: my dad and his girlfriend, who were together in their 70s and 80s, happily kept separate homes. After 2 failed marriages, each raising families and balancing careers, they were happy to keep their own spaces for themselves. Having sleepovers and dinner dates was fun, as was not having to compromise on the ways to manage a house. And what are the sort of opportunities and perhaps cautions a blended family should consider when thinking about a lat relationship?
That's a great question. Well, going back to that as the example, that
Ready to roll. Please, make a U-turn when possible. Turn right. Go straight on.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Glad you guys had your lunch. So let's continue driving. It is 1 o'clock Eastern time, and we are going to start with Oregon. And it's going to be about 2,200 miles from this area, and let's hope that that's gonna work. And
keep right, and then turn right.
So anyway, so lunch is over.
Turn right.
Let's continue driving, folks.
Okay, here we go. Ready to turn right. Turn right. Go straight on. right on. Time to hit the road. Keep right and then exit right. Exit right. Keep right and then exit right. Exit right. Keep right and then turn right. Turn right. Keep right and then turn right. Turn right. Rerouting. a new route. Keep left.
straight on.
Let's do this. right, and then turn right. Turn right. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. roundabout, take the second exit. Exit now. Caution, please mind the speed limit. Time to hit the road. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Okay, let's find a new route. turn left. keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. turn right. Turn right. Turn left. Turn right. ready to roll. Turn left. straight on. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Exit right. go straight on. go straight on. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. You have arrived at your destination. Your route guidance is now finished. Okay, here we go. Drive safe. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. straight on. Turn right. Turn left.
right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is 3:50 Eastern Time, because it's almost time to conclude this route for today in Portland, Oregon, and I hope you guys had a good time with me today. So
Keep left, and then turn left.
And it looks like
Turn left.
And because I got the mock tenderloin to rub in, and with Miss Brown's house seasoning, and I hope it's gonna be good. Janitors, remember, you're gonna be working tomorrow, Wednesday, and Friday. So at 4:30, so you guys, please be there. Be in the hallway by 4:30. I don't know, 12 hours too. We'll stay in as normal and all that. So the staff will let you know on that. So anyway, other than that, thank you guys for trucking with me, and hope you guys have a good night, and so keep on driving. Thank you guys.
Caution, please mind the speed limit. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Caution, please mind the speed limit. we are, safe and sound.